I'm back. Okay, what are we doing? Hey there, Toyfell. Looking at the new issue posted by Andrew and reading how other code-based Opus works. Would it be a good idea to create a fork of Opus? Wait, why a fork? Does it need to be a fork? Are those files just not unnecessary? By the way, I packaged hi CryptoCode. I don't remember if I greeted you. I don't remember if I packaged so I did package Opus myself. Oh yeah, I pulled the upstream 1-to-1. I do. I guess the question is, are those files needed for the build at all or not? I don't think they are. Yeah, but at the same time, what do you want to do? Like, okay, so you're okay. Now I understand what your point. Your point is go from pristine tarball to the other one. Man, so much work. Honestly, I would say those things are not even that bad. Like, it's 6 megabytes. Oh, I see that we are. The DVY is also using the crappy Zig logo like we are. Did I steal it from them, or was it vice versa? So you know what? I wouldn't worry about it for now. I'll think of something at some point. In the meantime, new Awebo video. Check it out.
Haha! Et sä olekaan niin pelottua.
This is when venture capitalists start sniffing around Awebo. Yeah, but don't you think you might want to get some funding? But don't you want to start a company around this? Don't you want to give me 45% or whatever you're doing just so that I can just because I give you my pocket change?
Haha!
Anyway. Back to piano music. Then what else do we have? Doom. That's what she said. You ain't so scary. Well, then she had to change her mind, huh? There's also the discussion that I saw. So apparently Haskell is thinking of moving to GitHub. Bro, don't do it. Please. What's wrong with you people? This is not the time to switch to GitHub. This is the time to switch away from GitHub. What are you doing? So, okay, let's read the reasoning. I haven't seen it. Reduce friction for new contributors, moving primary contribution flows to GitHub is a direct high leverage change because it aligns GAC with where A, the Haskell ecosystem already collaborates, and B, most potential contribution already have accounts and muscle memory. This is not untrue, but let me put it this way. If they had paid me to do as a consultant to give them feedback on what they're doing, what I would say immediately, trying to provide them with value, as best as I can based on my experience, I would say this is loser thinking. Don't do this. This is loser thinking. If the friction of getting an account on GitLab is what is not getting you contributions to your compiler, like it means that you're doing everything else wrong. Like, it's some other stuff that you need to fix. It's not like the activation energy needed for somebody to want to contribute to your compiler. It's orders of magnitude higher than whatever energy they would have to spend to get an account on GitLab. So no, that's not it. There might be projects for which you want to do this because it's a project that it is easy to contribute to, and you just want to maximize the number of contributors, whatever. But this is like, it's a compiler. It doesn't work this way. And my point is, you know what? All things being equal, fine. Why not? But this is not all things being equal. Like, I don't know, maybe GitLab is shit as well. I don't know. But like, you're getting yourself into a very shitty ecosystem. Other major compilers run on GitHub, right? Oh, thank God people are like aware and awake. I'm against moving to GitHub. Yeah. Yep. Owned by Microsoft. No more CEO. Oh yeah, this is sound reasoning. Yeah, it's enshittifying at the speed of fucking light. If we do migrate to a different forge, then I think we should target one where we're confident in its health in the long term. Yes. GHC moved from Fabricator to GitLab only 7 years ago, and it would be a shame if we had to migrate again in a few years again. Agreed. For instance, it sounds like the Zig project was unable to migrate issues in PR because of vendor lock-in. Oh, well, no, I don't think that's true. We didn't do the migration, but it wasn't because of vendor lock-in. Or rather, yeah, I wouldn't call it vendor lock-in. Yeah, soon they tried. They were like limited. No, we didn't try. We didn't try. The plan was to not move. It was to reset everything, or rather, it was to keep what was already there, and not duplicate a bunch of stuff. Oh no, man! I sincerely hope for Haskell that they didn't do this. It's not gonna be something that like kills the project or anything, but it's not a good move. So like whatever, whether they do or they don't, Haskell is gonna be fine. But wrong move in my opinion. Wrong move. Forjo is maintained by people in the free time. There is no full-time paid developer. Last time I asked, I would say that's a rather questionable decision by the Zig project. Dude. I'm not even sure there's a single. I'm not even sure that's much of a difference compared to GitHub. Like on GitHub, probably there is no single paid employee to work on GitHub because they're all busy working the infrastructure. I mean, because they're all busy working on Copilot, and given that it is a private company, they don't even get people to work on this stuff in their free time. So chances are that GitHub is strictly worse than Forjo in that sense, like strictly. Oh man, yes, please. It would be great. I promise you, none of these people has ever or plans to ever contribute to the GHC compiler. I cannot say this for sure, but you know, chance like it's an easy bet for me to make. Um, like, random commenters always have opinions, and then on things that they are completely unaffected by. Good luck, Haskell. Good luck, Awebo. Okay. So what are we doing? David updated the demo yesterday. I was trying to find the new stuff and I couldn't see it, and I was right in thinking that what I was looking at was not the actual thing because it wasn't. But then I failed to find it in a cringe way. I forgot to git pull. So check this out. We have this thing where look, it even has the concept of whoop. Now we're loading. Whoop. Now we're loading. So it's basically now on me to wire this to what we have with Awebo. It would be nice to get this done before Zig Day Nuremberg. We'll see how it goes. So I think it's time that we start like basically copying some of the things that David does in the demo, and we try to make that happen in our version of things. So this is his code. I have it here in a tab for simplicity. Well, for ease of access. So let's see how similar we can get. So to recap, we have a deque with the history. Then we have the fixed size ring buffer of newest messages. In theory, we could make do with just the ring buffer, no history whatsoever. Maybe. Maybe. Hmm. So how was I doing it? Because I had methods that I think I never implemented for real, like load one older message, that kind of stuff. So I think I never implemented them. So what are the knobs that I have here? How do I log? How do I load history? I think I have a query for loading history though. No, I have a network request for loading history. I have core.fetch history. Chat history get. There we go. That's what I have. I have chat history get. Yeah, it used to work. Then I changed more recently stuff in it, and I broke it, but it was working. It's probably something minor. Okay, so we have a button to fetch history. Where does this guy put history though? We don't know because this sends the request, so we have to see where we handle the reply. So where do we handle the reply? Here, chat history. Grab the channel, and we call push front on the channel's history thing. Okay. So we push it there. I think that we shouldn't do this. I think that when we get history, we should save it in the database. I think that our main concern from the network should be we have 3 layers: in memory, database, network. I think that things should flow one layer to the layer above or to the layer below. Like they should do, well, you get the idea. So I think that when we receive these guys, we should save them in the database. And then maybe we should consider putting them in memory if our scroll position still suggests that we should do that. If the scroll thing is still interested in us providing those things. The problem is that this is all async, so um yeah, we need to like double check that basically our operation should like still proceed because we might need to like quote unquote cancel it. Okay, the database step seems obvious though, so we want to do this. So core.queues CQS? No. Oh, they're per host. Host.client.queries. What do we got? We have delete message, insert channels, insert message. I guess we kind of want to upsert message. Can you wait? Um, okay, give me a sec. Okay, the Teufel, I give you push access. Um, so push the fix yourself. Just to main branch directly. Are we reinventing IRC for the 67th time? Um, maybe we are, but also no, because IRC has a fraction of the features that modern chat applications have. IRC doesn't have voice calls, doesn't have screen sharing, doesn't have message persistence, doesn't have reactions, doesn't have image attachments, um, or attachments of any kind. Um, IRC is more, well, I was about to say it's more channel oriented than server oriented, but that's not exactly true. But in any case, IRC is no substitute for a modern chat application. Sorry. So I'm wondering if I can just put a message in here. No, I won't because the type will never match, right? I should have put a message in on the other side. You know what? I think that for absorting, then it makes sense. But I can't put the type in there because then field definition order starts mattering. I guess I can add an extra metaprogramming thing. Because being able to say that an abstract message speaks message, it's actually pretty nice. But I'm not sure if I want to do this now. Well, UID equals message dot ID. Okay. So what's in this query? UID origin created update. Hmm. Channel. Oh, message will not have a channel in it. So no, we cannot. We can't even map one to one. Well, we kind of could, but in any case, channel. What's channel? Channel is ch.channel. Author. Yeah, this fucking sucks, man. Because then if I do this and I'm fucked, like no matter what I do, I'm fucked. Stupid autocomplete. Body equals message dot text reactions. Now whatever. Okay. So we're saving these messages to database for sure. Without a doubt, we do that. That is guaranteed to be a correct move. Then the question is, yeah, where do we put this shit now? Because now the next question is the scroll view still trying to load new messages? To load old messages. So we need an if of some kind. So we need to be able to say something like channel dot um channel dot client dot. Wait, channel doesn't have client. There's no client under channel. Oh, I think we have it under chat. Let's see. Channel.client.chat.client. Yes. And in here, we need to say something like scrolling up, waiting for all messages. If it is waiting for all messages, then we do this, essentially. It would be nice to hoist this check. Okay, so if we are still trying to load these messages, then this shouldn't really go in history. So I think that this stuff should go. So let's put it out of the for loop, because this for loop is an artifact of the fact that we don't have a good single like one shot query to do this for now. Here we can do the check once, and then we can do probably a big push. So, but I think that we don't want this to happen to history. We want this to happen to we want this to happen to the main ring buffer. The problem though is that okay, I'm now starting to see the problem. So in theory, one ring buffer should be enough for all of this. The problem is that if we use the fixed size ring buffer, then we're guaranteed that we're going to evict every single message that it's in there. Because right now, what we fetch from the server with one request is the same window, that it's the same size as our ring buffer. So we're going to flush the entire scroll view, which is not what you want. You want to have something in there. So I think that if this is the case, maybe we just want to push one message. I'm enjoying in Zig, but I find that it compiles slow compared to Rust. Am I crazy? No, you're not crazy. So the problem is that in Zig, we don't have currently caching in this sense. We have caching for build steps, but we don't have caching for incremental compilation, or rather, this is a work in progress. So, Volcanic Penguin, what OS and CPU architecture do you have? And yeah, there's a bit of delay between Windows 10. Okay. Unfortunately, so if you were on Linux x86, there's a flag that you can pass called -f incremental that enables incremental builds. But this right now doesn't work on all platforms. and it doesn't work on Windows yet. So, hey, good evening from Japan. Hello. Um, Borg supports YouTube chat, kinda. So Borg does support YouTube chat. The problem is that at some point I ran out of YouTube API quota, and they don't let me pull new messages. So after like a few hours of stream, YouTube chat breaks, and I cannot do anything about it. I think there are two problems. One was a crash that like a bug in Borg that I occasionally would run into. But then there's also the problem with long streams where at some point YouTube doesn't want to give me data anymore. Yeah, it's absolutely cringe how they do chat on YouTube. Uh Very sad. So okay, so Windows, I was saying you cannot do incremental yet on Windows. Once we are gonna have incremental, you will see instant rebuilds, guaranteed, because this is gonna be a very granular level of incremental updates. So like if you change one declaration, on like you change one function, only that function will be reanalyzed, recompiled, and relinked. So it's gonna be super fast. On top of that, though, Der Teufel has a good point. Windows, if you have the Windows antivirus stuff on, it's going to slow down your stuff incredibly. Like Windows is bad. My recommendation is consider turning off that antivirus stuff. It's not even that good. Or alternatively, I guess you could try to exclude specific directories from it. But you need to be precise in, like, you need to make sure that you cover all the important directories, because if you don't, like, even if you leave one inside, then it's gonna be slow again. If you want to see what or how much of a difference it can make, like the Windows antivirus stuff, try running Zig inside of WSL. So Zig is not better on Linux than it is. Yeah, Windows Defender is no Windows Defender. Windows Defender is super slows everything down horribly. So Zig doesn't work better in WSL. So in general, I would encourage you to use it on your, like, use a Windows build of Zig when you're on Windows. Don't do the WSL stuff. But just to try it out so you can see the difference, get Zig inside of WSL and run it in there. But this is the key point. Run it in there by compiling a project saved inside of WSL. So if you're in WSL, but you're trying to compile a project that is located, like where you give it a path that goes into your host machine file system, then you're still running into Windows Defender, so nothing is gonna change. So either fully disable Windows Defender so you can see the difference, or try a build in WSL, but all the files involved need to be in WSL. They should not be in a mounted path on your host file system. And I'm fairly confident that you will see a big performance difference. That being said, that's not going to be the full speed of Zig. The full speed of Zig is going to be much faster than that once incremental compilation becomes generally available. That being said, Windows is probably going to be the last platform that gets it, because the order of priorities, I think, essentially is going to be Linux first, Mac second, Windows third. It's coming, but, you know, it is what it is. It's not like people are not doing it. It's just that there's a lot of work and it's happening in this order. By the way, I'm on Mac, so I don't have that either, because I'm on Mac ARM. Yeah, no problem. And by the way, I'm actually interested in hearing if you try and you have a good time afterwards. Like if you do perceive a difference. You know what? Maybe of all the things that I'm suggesting, maybe just turning off Windows Defender is the easiest one. Yeah, you just turn it off. Again, like, it's tempting to do the exclude a specific directory thing, but you need to know exactly what are all the directories involved, like Zig's cache directories, etc. Like, it's easy to get that wrong and not be able to then see the benefits. But if you turn it off, like, just for a test, I think you should see a difference. That should be enough. Hey, do you have a public key repo for this project? Yes, it's this one. Codeberg, Awebo chat, Awebo. Okay, so scroll view, push front, blah, 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 message. Okay, what was I saying before I got distracted? I was saying, oh, right, maybe we don't want to push all messages. Maybe we just want to push 1, 2, 3 messages. Maybe we want to push like 3 messages. Do we want to do that? Let's attempt to push 3 messages. Let's see what happens. So we can actually we can use this. Is there anything better than? Oh wait, we're using the history methods, not our methods. So channel.kind.chat.client. Oh, actually no. This is chat.messages dot backfill asserts that tail is 0 and the length is smaller than low size. We don't. So this is front fill. We do not want to front fill. Do we want to backfill? Asserts that MWLAN is lower than window size. Used by the server when initially loading messages from the database. So no, the answer is no, we can't use any of these. So we have to use add, but add adds in front. I need an add that allows me to add at the back. Wait, do I really have I really never implemented a like proper backfill function? Oh no. Push new get latest oldest slices at okay, let's read the documentation for this one because it's a form of backfilling. What we're doing is a form of backfilling. Because I believe our message is going to be sorted from oldest to newest. Oh, but you know what? This might be wrong. That's not exactly what we're doing either. Hmm. Hmm. To double check, oldest is where tail is, latest is tail plus len. Okay. Man, I wrote this ring buffer and I'm already forgetting how it works. Okay, so if we want to have we want a push old basically, just like we have push new, we kind of want to have push old. Which occupies the newest thing if needed. Well, let's implement it, I guess. Push old. Okay. Why do we need GPA? Because we are gonna free a message. Indeed. So we want to know where okay, we need a widened tail. We want to know where do we want to know necessarily where the head is? We don't necessarily want to know that. Well, we want to know where the head is. Yes. Okay, we want to know where the head is. So this, I think I should call head. I think this should be called head. So push new puts stuff at the head position. Push old wants to put stuff kind of at the tail position, well, behind the tail. But so I guess there are two cases. One is where we are full, and one is when we're not full. So if len is um, channel.window size, so this is like this is the case where we are full, and we're gonna need to adjust other indices. But you know what? We can do the simple case before. So if len is lower than window size, so that means that we don't care about head even. I think we can put this here. And in here, we only care about decreasing tail. So we need to do the tail decrease stuff, which I think we do in here. In one of these guys, I think we do it backfill maybe. Does backfill do any of that? We do this. We take tail. We don't even need wide tail. We take tail. We modulo subtract 1. Tail has the same size. It has the right type that perfectly represents the length of our buffer. So we can just do modulo math on it and it will be correct. So this will give us an empty slot where to put our message. So we can literally just do, actually we can do this, I think. Mtail minus percentage equal 1, we assign to it, and then we do mw.buffer at mw.tail, and we assign to it message. And with this, we're done. So this case is handled. Otherwise, we need to pull back head by 1, or do we know? In this other case, we want to also pull back tail by 1. So I guess we do this no matter what. But before we do this, yeah, no, we don't even need to compute head. We don't. Oh, this is actually surprisingly easy. Wait a second. Is it really that easy? We pull back tail by 1, and then we say, you know what? I think it's like this. If everything is full, we want to free what's at tail. So we do mw.buffer at mw.tail the init. So if everything is full, we want to free that one. And then we pull back tail by 1. And we place there our message. This actually, that's it actually. I think this is it no matter whether everything is full or not. If we're full, then, oh wait, it's not what's currently at tail though. It's what's before tail. So we first subtract 1 from tail. Oh right, because we are not adjusting line. Okay, perfect. Yeah, first subtract 1. That zeroes us behind tail. That's either going to be a free slot or it's going to be the head. If it's a free slot, well, if it's the head, which means length is equal window size, then we free it. Otherwise, we don't do anything, and then we put there our message. This is push alt. This is push alt. Okay. Is push new referenced anywhere else? Go to references. No, it's only go to references. It's only mentioned there. So to be fair, like this thing could very well just be. We could just call this push new and call the other one push old. Yeah, you know what? I think this should be our API. Instead of add, it should be push old and push new. And I'm gonna fix everything else. So what's missing from push old is the index stuff. Um, because we need to index it. Also, I think that what we need to de-index. Yeah, you know what? That's important. We also need to de-index what was in here. So we need to do mw.indexes.id.remove mw.buffer mw.tail.id. We need to de-index what we are about to remove. Yeah, so basically what complicates this is index management. Hey, Toggle. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. So, hello, raiders. So here's what we're working on today. Okay, for people who don't know at all what I'm working on a open source, self-hostable Discord alternative that does not suck. My goal, which I don't know if I will be able to achieve, but my goal is to have a server that you can self-host on a stupidly tiny VPS, and that you can use to do voice calls, screen share with you and your friends. Obviously, if you're running a big community, like I don't know, Toggle has its own Discord community, it could be that a community that is more than just a couple of friends might need a server bigger than what I'm talking about. But you know, a lot of us have tiny servers, Discord servers with just like a handful of friends. The idea is to be able to self-host those in a super tiny server while enjoying the perks that Discord gates behind boosts. So the idea is this. So if you want to have your server allow 1080p streaming from users, you have to buy, like, I think it's between 5 and 7 boosts. I don't remember. So, but you have to pay like was it like $30? Which is a lot. I'm aiming for a 10x cost reduction. So, well, okay, let's keep IPv4 on. So Hetzner has these turbo tiny server, 2 vCPUs, but it's this is like shared resources. So these are not 2 dedicated vCPUs. These are like you're getting essentially 2 threads, roughly speaking. 4 gigabytes of RAM, 40 gigabytes of hard drive, 20 terabytes of monthly traffic. I think these guys have a gigabit connection, and it's €3.49 compared to what you have to pay Discord to enable 1080p streaming. I'm actually going to check it out. I thought it was 35, but I might be wrong. So if I go here, and I go here, and I go server boost, level 1, 2 boosts. Level 2, 7 boosts. You need, hi Penguin. You need 7 boosts if you want HD streaming. Oh my God. Do you want 50 megabyte file uploads? Need 7 boosts. So yeah, it's a lot. Boost this server. €35 and 42 cents per month to do HD streaming, 50 megabyte file uploads, and stuff. So It's a lot. What if you could run the same thing on this bad boy? How many users do you think that instance will be able to support before struggling? I genuinely do not know. I think the biggest question mark here. So I can tell you that 4 gigabytes of RAM, enough, without a doubt. We can uh, we can trivially stay under 4 gigabytes of RAM with Awebo. 40 gigabytes of hard drive, it's actually a lot. Probably some space will be taken by the OS, but like 40 gigabytes of, chat data, um, it will take a while for you to fill it up. Sure, there's attachments, so like it depends on how attachment heavy your users are gonna be. That being said, the what I'm gonna do with Awebo is that you will have the option to either host attachments on the server itself, or if you want, you can use like a separate bucket, like an S3 bucket, one of those like blob storage type of things, which are like stupid cheap and they're essentially boundless. So that means that in that case, you would have 40 gigabytes entirely for, text, like database information, which I think you're never going to feel. Again, I'm talking about a tiny server, right? Not like a public community. I also think that this would last you a long time in a public community, but in a tiny private server, like you're gonna be dead before you fill this up. Monthly traffic 20 terabytes. We did some napkin math with most codecs. Even if you're doing 1080p 60 frames per second of high octane, Call of Duty action, which means like a lot of movement in the video, you're most likely going to stay below 20 terabytes. In any case, they charge you like €1. Well, if you're in the U, okay, if you're in Singapore, they charge you €7.40, which is a lot. But if you're in the EU, you're getting charged like not a lot. So, per extra terabyte. So in any case, I don't think you're gonna go over 20 terabytes. And this is the monthly cost. And if you can do IPv6 only, it's not even €3 compared to €35.49 or whatever that was on Discord. So that's my goal. I don't know yet if we're going to be able to achieve this, but I think it's very likely that we will be able. The only question mark here for this specific setup is the fact that you have 2 vCPUs that are shared with other people. So it depends on how, the question is, how many crypto mining stuff is running on this server? That's essentially the question. How many crypto running stuff? How much silly Python applications are running? Why not make it peer-to-peer? Because peer-to-peer has an endless amount of annoyances. First of all, it requires more bandwidth from users because with a peer-to-peer application, if I'm doing a screen share to 5 people, I, as in the user, the client, have to send out 5 video streams. If instead you have a server architecture, you send the stream once to the server, and then the server sends out the 5 streams. And usually you expect the connectivity that the server has to be better than what you have at home. Then the second is the peer-to-peer has a lot of problems. Sometimes people just cannot establish peer-to-peer connections. It just fails. You have also problems where you have like 3 people in a call, and then one can see both, the other one can see only one of the two, and the third one can only see the other one. So like you can have these weird failure modes. I don't have when I use a peer-to-peer application to do video calls, I never have a good time. Never. I'm talking about Jitsi specifically. That's what I use normally. And it just sucks. 24/7 Call of Duty high octane gameplay at 12,000 kilobits bitrate is 3.5 terabytes of network traffic. Yes, but you need to multiply this by the number of people that are watching, obviously, because this is what you're consuming in intake, but then you also have to fan out that to multiple people. So I mean, 24/7 super high bit rate. Obviously, this is like a super worst case scenario. But you also have to multiply it by the people watching. So like with a 24/7 stream, yeah, with a 24/7 stream of this kind, you can hit the limit. But then if you start thinking about something more realistic, which is like, I don't know, 3 hours a day with like, yes, 5, 6 people at worst, you're gonna be super comfy under that limit, like super comfy. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. No, I think that this count is already assuming that we're doing something like H264, H265, one of those codecs. So what am I doing today specifically? Well, the UI library that I'm using has I talked with the author, and look, he added support for like an infinite scroll where you page stuff in and you page stuff out. So um, basically, I'm wiring this stuff in, and I'm trying to have a fully working infinite chat scroll that you can you know that you can use. Um, so yeah, this is what I'm working on. For people who don't know why this is called Awebo, I'm gonna show what Awebo is, and then I'm gonna continue working. Um, so for people who don't know, it's called Awebo for this reason. It's this bird. It's called a ptarmigan, and it makes Awebo sounds. I don't know, and it's funny. So that's what it's called after. That's why you pronounce it Awebo. You don't say like Awebo or um, other stuff. Also, this is so this is what's going to happen. So if Awebo becomes a successful project and people and like venture capitalists start sniffing around to see if there's anything interesting for them, this is going to be my reaction.
Haha. Et sä olekaan niin pelottava.
There we go. Awebo. Also, check out my prompt. It's an Awebo bird, and on execution failure, it's a dead Awebo bird. Anyway, this is the stuff. Okay, what were we saying? You can squeeze a bit more visual fidelity with these ones, but hardware acceleration for these formats are rare. So Paladin, I'll go with Paladin. So Paladin, do you actually do this for your daily job? Do you have like actual experience doing this stuff? I don't, by the way. That's why I'm interested in meeting people, in talking with people that do this stuff for real. We don't know yet which codecs we want to use. We kind of don't want to do the thing where there's like a complicated codec negotiation phase. We were kind of hoping to just pick one and have it be good enough for the majority of people. But so what it seems that what you're suggesting is that so you're saying that so we should do H264 because you expect the H264 to be the most widely available, and the other ones probably not. HTC5 may also be available, but I wouldn't bet on it. Okay, understood. Understood. To be fair, we could have some form of negotiation, because it's kind of easy to do that. Although, yeah, I was about to say it's kind of easy, but that's not actually really true, because you can have a client tell you what it supports, like with in terms of hardware acceleration when they connect. But then and then you could say, well, in a voice call, you could say, we're gonna pick the best one that everybody supports. But then somebody else could join afterwards and suck, and they don't support anything good. So, okay. So there's still the other one. Okay, so you're saying that we could pick, for example, AV1 and say we just do AV1, and then if you don't have hardware acceleration, like it sucks to be you, but you can still make do. High Temporus, yes. Uh, Man, okay, I was about to make a very bad joke. I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna shut up and just program. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good one. um. Okay. YouTube uses 81 and VP9 everywhere. Right. I mean, that's a good benchmark, right? If they can do that, then we can do that as well. Hmm. I guess the only thing that for us would be different specifically than for YouTube than what it is for YouTube is that um, if I guess it's a matter also of what the person that does the screen sharing supports, right? Because if the person that is doing the screen sharing does not have hardware acceleration for, say, AV1, then we don't want them to do AV1 regardless. We kind of would like to optimize for what hardware acceleration has, who is sending the video, because it's going to be more costly for them to do the encoding. Encoders are rare to come by. Well, but people on desktops, people do have these things. No, I mean, I'm not, I'm thinking nowadays with GPUs, everyone in VP9 are like RTX 4000 series cards plus. Oh, H265. Like what can like reasonably modern but not super modern GPUs do? Because I remember that it's been a long time now that you can do like you can screen share your gameplay and you don't take a performance hit. 2H65 encoding support. Okay, so I guess so I guess our main targets should be H264, H265, and maybe consider the other ones. Yeah, AVC is H264. Yeah. Oh no. My link detection thing. It's okay. I can make do. I can cope. Oh, this is delightful. Thank you for sharing this. This is what I want. Except, why are these people like this, man? Why is there a scroll bar at the bottom? God damn it. Can I oh, with shift I can scroll horizontally. Thank fucking god. Um Max number of concurrent sections. 8K. Jesus Christ. Okay, that is a lot. We only care about like yeah, we care about below 4K. Although 4K stream juicy, but nah. So basically this is up to where we care. Up to here, I think. I don't think we care about 444. We don't care about yeah, basically to do. Okay, so going down here, we start losing H264 422. We have 420, which is fine. I think we should do everything 420. So these two columns, yeah, look, these two columns go way back. Okay. Okay, so wait, what were those two columns? I forgot. Well, in any case, these guys are fine. So H24, sorry, AM 264, H264, 264, 264, 265. Oh, that's even 4K. But I mean, fine. Then we have AV1, which is very recent. 10-bit. I don't know. So we could, if we support this one, we can have like an anime streaming option. So you can stream your anime that you downloaded encoded in HEVC 10-bit and stream it back to your friends at the same frequency. Well, with the same level of details. Okay, this doesn't have this doesn't show stuff like VP9. So I guess there are no hardware encoders for VP9 in NVIDIA GPUs. I guess they would have to pay a license for it, huh? Better VP9 anyway. Okay. Okay, this is a good resource. Thank you for sharing. In any case, there's another problematic thing that we need to worry about. Oh, so there's a VP9 decoder, just not an encoder. Okay. Cool. So the only thing that we have to worry about, which I think is going to be the bigger one, is we would like to have statically linked executables, and that means that accessing the GPU becomes complicated. So we are statically linking. The plan is to statically link FFmpeg. We have this. So this is FFmpeg package for Zig build. I think this has everything. It has the LGPL stuff, the GPL stuff. I think it has everything. Holy shit, with development against H266. Holy shit, H266. H265 when H266 enters the room. In any case, in order to do the NVIDIA hardware and code stuff, you may need the non-free stuff. The non-free stuff? You have the NVIDIA headers in this project. We do not. I don't know how this stuff works, unfortunately. So I've made audio work, but video, I never got to the point of getting video working. Like I just when I started this project, I stopped there. FFmpeg does include CUDA stuff by default. Okay. Well, we can if the media headers are anywhere, are like located somewhere, we can obviously pull them into the build. Um, I know that there's a Linux API to access these things that's centralized. Yeah, the dev builds of FFmpeg binaries do include the NVIDIA stuff. Well, but if they can do it, why can't we? I guess this is not a website. Oh no, it is. The release essentials build. I'm kind of confused at what license these people might or might not have on their header files. Like, why would they? This okay? This stuff doesn't. I'm not. This is not making sense to me. Um, they shouldn't have any weird license on their header files because their header files are meant to be linked in other stuff. Well, included in other stuff. Um, do you have a link to where to find the NVIDIA header files so I can take a look at what they put in there? You know, in terms of licensing. I'm gonna finish this code here in the meantime. To enable them, to enable non-free stuff. Um, I don't know. Non-free. Yeah. So we have no config non-free, but that's from their what's it called, like autoconf stuff. So yeah, we can set the we can set the macro, the non-free macro. Are there like external options for this? Let's see. Enable TLS support using the specified library. Oh god. No, libz, embed TLS, OpenSSL, LibreSSL. God damn it. MP3 lame, Vorbis, OG. NV codec headers. I see. There's no license. Awesome. Uh, I don't know. This stuff seems fine. Enable NV deck. Enable NV enc. Mm-hmm. NV enc. Oh, these bad boys are commented out. You need to find the Zig equivalent of that. Yeah, don't worry. We can make the Zig equivalent of that. Like, yeah, don't worry. Whatever the original build system was able to do, we can replicate. I mean, most of it seems already done. Um, so yeah, like, dude, this is when you're using Zig. That's the easy part. Like, there's nothing that a fucking C or C++ project can do that you cannot conquer. It might be so messed up that you don't want to do it. Like, for example, LLVM is technically bundable in Zig, but realistically, you don't want to do it because it's a pile of it's endless. But like, if you're motivated enough, which doesn't even have to be, insanely motivated, you can just do it. Easy. Like, building C projects, easy, super easy. No worries. Yeah, the headers that we were looking at earlier were MIT licensed. We'll see. Okay. So push old, push new. So this is now a push new. Actually, is this a push new? I think it is. You know what? We can put an assert. We can put an assert that whatever we're pushing, a debug assert that whatever we're pushing is newer than what was already there. Assert that NW buffer at mw.tail plus modulo mw.len. Oh, I think Zig is gonna bitch at me. No, okay. We need something more complicated. It was CUDA acceleration, but what would you need CUDA acceleration for? Is that for applying like filters? So I'm guessing that's for post processing or well pre processing, scaling. Okay, scaling. Good fucking point. I mean, we're gonna need scaling for sure because yeah, we're gonna need scaling. So it might be that we'll want to do something like that. Although, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, in a chat application, you always have like full screen webcam, then tiny webcams, bunch of them, that kind of stuff. Hmm. That I use daily. Bro, just show me this fucking file. Why are you downloading it? To share videos on Discord. What do you mean share videos on Discord? You mean you pre-process the file like this before uploading it? Okay. Understood. In our case, we are want to do something like this, but we're using FFmpeg as a library. We're not shelling out to it. Oh, here's how we do it. Wait, assert. If mw dot latest assert that l dot id is lower than message dot id. Although, well, for now, let's do it like this. We'll see. We'll see if we trip this or not at another point in time. Okay, so we have push old, we have push new, chat message new, push new. Right, this is what I was touching. So we wanted to do messages dot push new or push old. We want to push old one of those guys. Which one is going to be the oldest though? I don't remember these in which order returns things. Does it return? I think the query is going to be give me things older than this thing, sort by descending. So the first element is going to be the newest, and then they become older as we proceed, I think. So yeah, we can do push old in a loop on this if we want. Hmm. I don't know if I want to push messages from here, but we can try in the meantime and see what happens if we do this. Or you know what? No. Let's comment it out. We'll take a look later. So waiting for all messages. Right. We don't know if we are still waiting for all messages, but how does that thing know that it's time to try and load from the disk, from the database? Hmm. 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 Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna get some more tea, and I'm gonna continue this work. So, what we want to do next about Flow Editor? Tell us how you found it. Hopefully somebody here in chat can explain what the history of flow is better than I can. I'm saying this because we have the author of flow control in chat. So I'll leave it to him to explain, or I don't know, somebody else who knows. But long story short, just in case that Neurosite is not here, it's a text editor written in Zig, so it supports multiple input modes. So I'm used to the Helix one, and while Helix is good, Flow has some things that Helix doesn't care about, and by virtue of being written in Zig, it's more accessible to me. It would be easier for me to modify Flow than Helix, and that's kind of it. I'll be right back. I'm back. Do. I haven't heard of Flow. Yeah, so it's flowcontrol.dev. That's what I'm using, and there's you can press F4 to toggle the input mode. What's it called? Switch input mode, which is not bound to F4 by default. And when you open Flow the first time, it's in flow mode, and flow mode is non-modal. So it's like Sublime, VS Code, Control C, Control V. then if you like in model editors, you can press F4 and you can have Vim mode, Emacs mode, and Helix mode. What else? I don't know. I've been using Helix. I like the input. I like how input is done with Helix. So Helix, Helix and Cocoon. So for me, that's very comfortable. So I want to say on that kind of input. And Flow has it. It's not perfect, but Neurosite promised that he's about to release version 0.7 of Flow. And he promised that after he makes this release, he's going to work on making the Helix input layer perfect. A perfect replica of Helix. Now, he promised that he would work on it. He didn't promise perfection. And what else? Yeah, so compared to Helix, what can I say? It has a couple of things that are cool to have that Helix doesn't seem to be interested in tackling. First of all, Flow has the idea that you can click on stuff, and clicking is an interaction. Like you can generally click on things and you can interact with things with your mouse, which is nice. It has this thing where, okay, check this out. Try to replicate this with Helix or Vim and tell me how it goes. I'm placing my cursor here. I'm in insert mode, so I can type. And then I'm going to scroll up and look, my cursor, I'm not dragging the cursor up. The cursor is staying where I left it. And then I can type. Typing scrolls me back to that place. And I'm modifying the place where I left my goddamn cursor. One thing that I found very annoying when I switched to terminal editors in the past is that they normally don't do that. They drag the cursor up with you. You cannot have it go off screen. It's not entirely their fault. It's because of how terminals work. But I mean, if Flow can work around it, then they could also work around it, but they just don't. Yeah, right. Mark with M1 or so. You can do that, but man, it's nicer if you don't even have to do that. It's also the only terminal editor with a pixel accurate scroll bar. Holy shit. There you go. I never used integrated debugging in Helix either. So I think the Flow currently doesn't support integrated debugging. I think it's on the roadmap. So the plan is to have that happen. I think it's probably going to be good because here's the main thing. The mindset of having mouse interaction be meaningful it's a good mindset to have if you want to implement something like debugging in editor. I generally don't bother. I just use a standalone debugger, but also because I don't like the experience in general. But I do believe that a visual debugger is better than a CLI debugger. With your window, like where you have a section of expressions that you're watching. You have a panel with the source code preview. You have a thing that shows you the stack trace or whatever, and then as you step, all these things update. That's clearly a good experience, and it's clearly better than what you get from LLDB out of the box, for example. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use GDB. I try to use some kind of TUI for GDB. These things always shit themselves. I don't know exactly why. I don't care. They just tend to shit the bed. So I don't do it. But I think that editors are. I've seen people have a good experience with using debugger in an editor. I've done it with VS Code, for example, and it is fine. It's not bad. So my point is that given the effort that Neurosite is putting into having mouse interactions be a thing in Flow, I'm optimistic about in-editor debugging, but it is not currently supported. And so it's planned. When, though, I don't know. How do you split screen, show high docs, or go to? The same way that it works in Helix. So how do you show docs? You press you do space K, right? And space K shows you stuff like here. I'm clicking on this function, space K, and this is the signature. It doesn't have docs. If I did that on something that had docs, it would show me docs. So like, uh, guess what? My stuff doesn't have docs. I must have put docs on something. I don't know. Does this have docs? No. Does this have docs? You know what? That's on me. But let's say that I do this. I don't know. std.array list. Oops. There you go. Now you can see the docs. Um, so that's how you do it. How do you split screen? There's a keybind for it. I guess you would have to go in display mode. Um, add split view, close split view. So there's support for it. I don't use this feature much. Anyway, I don't like using mouse for key bindings. It would be nice to have normal keys as modifiers. Like hold W and tap J to go word backwards. Well, the idea of the mouse is that you normally don't want to use the mouse. Like you don't have to use the mouse in Flow unless you want to. So, I can do word. I don't know what you mean here by tap J to go backwards. B makes you go backwards. So, I don't know. In any case. So we were looking at chat because we were upgrading push old, push new, key cording, like Emacs style. Okay, let's see. Unused local constant. Okay, we have just an unused local constant in here. That's fine. Um, in message list, why? Okay, so we're rendering and we're not using scroll to bottom. It seems okay. Comment it out. No add. Yeah. So where are we here? Chat message send request. I mean, these are all easy to fix. They're always push new because push all is I just came up with. So with Zig build with key chording, whatever. Every key can be a shift key. Oh, you use any key as a modifier. Ugh, fuck that. No, thank you. I mean, more power to who likes this stuff. I don't. Um, like having to make sure that I pull up one key before pressing the other. Otherwise, I have a different behavior. I don't think I would be able to do that. I wanted to use B for something else. I see. Understood. And I understand what you mean. It's definitely not for me, but I understand. Okay, so we build. Let's try to run because I've not tried running for a while. Okay, server is not completely busted. That is good. Client, does it turbo poop itself? Or does it not? We do not turbo poop ourselves. So, success. Okay, so the application is still kind of functioning. Nice. Next, we go in chart panel, maybe. So, okay, let's rethink the whole thing through. We receive message history. For now, we put it in our database. We don't keep it in memory. Okay. Next step. I think at this point we need to start working on the UI side of it. Hmm. Wait, is that you, Neuroside, with a fancy flow control account on YouTube? Holy shit! I didn't know that you had a YouTube channel for it. Cool. I see. Okay. Um. So. do-do-do-do-do. Mm, okay, let's start stealing stuff from the UI. So what does the UI have? Scroll info, which we do have. And then the UI keeps track of message start, message end, although this is just for the purpose of the demo, I think. Dynamic, we don't care. Remove top. Oh, auto add. Okay, these are also for the demo. This is definitely for the demo. This is probably for the demo. Stick to bottom. Scroll to bottom if we started there and new stuff was added. Scroll lock visible. Okay, I think we want this. We want scroll lock visible. Stick to bottom. Then there's new bottom stuff. So it's not data scroll info, it's just scroll info. Then show loading top. We want that, I think. Data remove top. Scroll lock visible. Oh. So we want to know if we want to know when we are removing stuff from the top. So we want to know, so we basically need to have a concept of a move here. Compute ring buffer changes. So this means that it's in here that we need to either load stuff at the bottom and remove from the top, or, well, vice versa. So it is in here that we need to say, are we at the, okay, so it's in here that we need to say, are we at the bottom and we need to load more new messages, or are we nearing the top and we need to load new top messages, or what? But it seems that this code only cares about the top here because this is something specific to modifying the top, not the bottom. So it's something like this. Load more history if needed, which is in his case is this. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm gonna copy stuff from him directly. Oh god. Are we close enough to the top to load new messages? So if we are, which is just this, lower than 100 pixels, I guess. Then we want to do hmm. Oh, we're stuffing this in channel infos, but no, we shouldn't. Okay. So we should do uh chat dot client dot want more history equals true, or something more like this. There we go. Oh shit, I nuked something that I should not have nuked. Okay. Um let's give it one more history. One more history equals false. So are we close enough to the top to load new messages? If so, let's say that we do want more history. So if c.client.want more history, um, then we want to load. Then we want to have somewhere those messages available, which is the database. So we want to try to load them from the database. If loading from the database satisfies us, then we're good. If it doesn't, or if we're getting close to the end of our history, we want to request more of that, more chat history from the server. So I guess this has to be two queries. It's either two queries or we select. It has to be two queries because we want a count and we want a um let's start loading. So But selection messages, filters on channel, and it doesn't filter on. It doesn't filter on. It does not filter on. Um, like index ID. So select channel history, grab whatever we need to grab from messages where channel is what we pass, and UID lower than question mark. Limit. Do we specify the limit? We could hard code the limit. But for now, let's leave it dynamic so that we can play with it. So channel history. So we need the competition for the oldest UID. So below UID, oldest UID. Channel is we have it in here, channel ID. Okay. Limit. I guess we can fetch 3. While he's reading the next message, we do h dot actually c dot messages dot push old GPA I don't know what else is in there. Author body. Oh, okay. How are we doing? Okay. So if we do this, we want to do Uh, scroll lock visible true. I totally believe that there is no UID in here. There is. Hmm, I don't know. Okay. So scroll visible true. Then um, so this should take care of loading other messages. Alternatively, we can say also let's do this. Var count equals 0. Count plus equals 1. Oh, you know what I'm missing? Maybe a try or something? No, what the fuck? I generally don't know why it hates UID. We'll see what's causing this at some point. So we do this. This probably needs a try. No, it doesn't because we just de-init. But we increase count and then we say scroll off visible if count is greater than 0 and if count greater than 0. Okay, so you know what? We can do it like this. Else, if count is 0, then there are two options. Either we are at the end of history, there's nothing more to fetch, or we need to load more stuff from the network. So let's do the loading stuff from the network. I'm not gonna handle the case where we're done for now. I'm gonna add it later. Waiting history, all this UID -1. I wonder why am I doing the -1? Oh, because we're sending that. Okay. Um. Okay. So this is it. So the answer. So we found an answer that this guy. Well, when we received the reply, we do not want to load anything in. We do not want to load anything because um. Actually, no, we keep it because that checker is good. So we don't load anything in memory because this guy does it. Then what else does the VUI do? Right, it has show loading top. In our case, I think it's waiting history, our show loading top. So we don't need another variable. Hmm. Then there's a bunch of stuff that we don't care about. We do care about the scroll area definition and maybe scroll data. So scroll area definition. Okay, scroll area definition. Let's take a look at what we have. GOP not found existing channel info star, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I think this should have gone up with the rest. below GOP. Okay. So scroll info lock visible. Lock visible, lock visible. Oh shit. Um, there's data out for scroll data, which I don't know when we're gonna use. When are we using scroll data? For show loading top. Oh, I see why. We can worry about that later. Wait, do we not have a lock visible? What did I call it? Scroll lock visible. Oh. Okay, so we can deal with that later. Then we have the rendering. Scroll to message. We don't care about that. Record farthest message we want to remove. Record farthest message we want to remove. Well, in our case, it's kind of necessary. We're doing both things at once. Maybe David doesn't want us to do that. I don't know. We'll see. Then there's rendering. Then there's the init. Then there's show loading top afterwards. And then new bottom stuff. Oh, how do we do new bottom stuff? Oh, we're not doing new bottom stuff for now. What do you do new bottom stuff? So new bottom stuff means that we received a new message. Like it's a form of inbox. Do we hold it in memory or do we create a database? So on new message, I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Okay, so we do. I think I get it now. Okay, we move scroll the init after we're done with messages. And then this goes here. New bottom stuff. New bottom stuff. We can set this in our channel state from core. You can read and modify it from here. If client new messages and stick to bottom, new messages equals false. What more history? By the Teufel. Set to true by UI every frame while the scroll position is still up. Actually, why do we even care? Turns out that we don't even care about this in core. We don't even care in core. We could say that we could use this to cancel something, but who cares? So let's take that out. Let's leave history for now. It's gonna be useless, but leave it there. Um if one for history and not waiting for history. Although this expected type bool found u64, yeah. And waiting for history is null. So we're not waiting for history. Then chat history get blah blah blah. I guess we want to. When do we know that we can reset this? Okay, there's some more lifecycle stuff that we have not implemented because we need to remove waiting from history whenever yeah, we need to set waiting for history to null from core. So it means that waiting for history is not part of this. Waiting for history is part of chat state. And you know what? This might even be something that we manage in core entirely. Because this function can do this. Also, all this UID, we can avoid recomputing it every frame. We could cache it, obviously. There you go. We set this to null. Oh, you know what? I think we can turn this into Boolean now. Like if we do this, waiting history is true. Chart panel, if waiting for history, yeah. Okay. So channel info, waiting history. So this is oh, this was the thing that they were using, which we cannot use anymore. So that goes away. We do have stuff that flips these variables as needed. Request more history button can go away. If waiting history is different than null, DVY spinner. Right. This is the loading history label that David has. Frankly, like, let's leave it like this. Easy. Messages, the init. Let's see if new messages and stick to bottom, new messages equal false. Scroll to offset. Okay, we're left with this UID stuff that doesn't seem to work, which blows my mind. Because I definitely have UID in here. No field name UID. That is crazy. No field name UID. Then what is this? So it seems that I cannot call it UID. I cannot call it ID. Then why are the other ones assumed to be there? Oh, you know what? Maybe this is just this is the complaint about because it's just the first one. Oh yeah, okay. So none of them work. So what the heck are we doing wrong? It it's rows, it's columns. Are these? Arguments. Okay, what am I doing wrong? I'm clearly doing something wrong. Am I like failing to iterate correctly? So if we go in server run, you call next. Oh my fucking god. And then you call get. That is on me. That is on me. I gave it confusing names. I shouldn't have. I should have used standardized names. RS for rows. And then this is R. So it's a row. My punishment is going to be manual editing of these lines. Push all returns U size. Oh, wait a second. Push new was actually doing this, which is important. We forgot to do this here. Okay, let's see how this goes. We might be doing too much stuff from the UI, but actually, assert. Okay, so we're good now. So I think we're getting closer to being able to try this out. Okay, so give me a sec because I need to figure out how to do lunch, and then we're gonna continue this. We're getting to a point where I can test this out and it should work. Yeah, there's an org. Okay, so give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Do-do-do-do-do. So, are we gonna be able to render uh, this scroll view? We're getting really close. What was I missing? So we have push old, we have push new, we have the chat panel. So the only question marks that remain is this spinner. So the question marks from my perspective are this spinner doing database access in the UI thread. We could avoid this. This is definitely something that we could avoid. It just would require like one extra like layer of interaction when it comes to the concept of waiting history, which is something I guess I could do afterwards. I think it's time to try it out, right? So the only thing is that we need the server to pump messages when we create the database. So okay, missing start field created. Now I guess we could do. Yeah, I think this is fine. Two seconds. Update UID. Okay. So these creates a database with a bunch of messages. Okay. Reset the database. Initialize a new server. Run the server. Now watch everything go wrong. Oh, we got a lot of messages deserialized though. We do not want that. So I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. Let's make the window very small, maybe. Hmm. Hmm. 16 messages, 32 messages. Yeah, let's do 32 messages at a time. I think that is a better choice. Okay, we should start at the bottom, but we failed that. I'm going up. And we stop at 68, which is clearly wrong. Okay, some stuff that should happen is not happening. So, um, chat panel. I think we need some logging. Oh, yeah, this is definitely, I think, the problem. So the problem is, want more history is uh gop.found existing and this. Then want more history and waiting for history and not waiting for history. We do this. And say loaded. I noticed that you use n instead of n percent and percent. In Zig, and percent never meant and. So in Zig, all control flow is done via keywords, not sigils. So um, logical end is short circuiting. So where did I put it? Here, this logical end means that, I mean, this is nothing crazy, right? So, but just to make sure that everybody's on the same page, this end is short circuiting. So this means that if I had this boolean and a function call, when this boolean is false, the function doesn't even get invoked. So that means that if this thing had a side effect, it's not going to happen because the end is defined as short circuiting. So this is the control flow that end does, and thus it's a keyword, not a symbol. Um, ampersand exists for bitwise end, because in that case it's not short circuiting, it's just bit fiddling. So yeah, and that's it. Okay, let's see how we're doing. So it kind of went well, but then it didn't. It went well, but then it did not. So so we got into a bad state because we got rate limited because we spammed a bunch of requests um, in a row. So that's fine. So we are still starting at the top, even though we don't want to start at the top. But for some freaking reason, we keep starting at the top. Then some stuff went wrong. So loaded 0 history messages from database, fetching history from server. And so we started sending messages, but then we never got back to reading replies. So we're fucking up the logic. So if want more history and not client waiting history, I mean, this is setting waiting history to true. Let's do it this way. So what happened with the server? So it seems that we did reply. Okay. Hmm. Fetching history from server. Hmm. Okay. Let's try to run this again and see what went wrong. Um. We are spamming way too much. Host sync data. Loaded 0 history messages from all the UID, blah, blah, blah. Fetching history from server. So we got a chat history. So we got a chat history, but the query still returned 0 results. Okay, so I think that the problem in this, so this is all happening correctly. The problem is that after this happens, we should be fetching more than 0 history messages, and we are fetching 0. So the question at this point is, what's in our database? Let's go find out. 72, maybe that was the wrong number, but 71 is nothing. Huh. So it seems that there is no old stuff in here. So what are we doing when we receive these replies? So let's go in core, uh, chat history. This is where we handle receiving chat history. I mean, we're doing this. So, I mean, huh? Huh? Uh, maybe we need to log. Let's add some logs and let's see what happens. Fetch, sim marker, chat history, saving history message 73, 72, 71. All this UID 74. Fetching history from server. All this UID 74. That's wrong. Again, 73, 72, 71, 74. Okay, we have a bugged query then. Let's look again at what's in the database. Clearly 71 is also, wait a second. Why do we only have this stuff? Okay, the fact that we only have this stuff is sus. The fact that we only have this is super sus, but we do have these guys for real. That's not a joke. So why is our query not? So this query is saving, but the other query is not loading. Select UID origin created, blah, 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 from messages where channel equals blah and UID equals blah. Do we save the channel value correctly? Origin created, update UID, channel 1. Yeah. Why do we not load? We should be loading. I'm going to add logging. Oh, wait. Loaded 0 history messages. It keeps returning 0. Why does nothing match? I think I'm fucking something up. So all this UID is 74. So these guys should show up. These guys should totally show up. Like 1 bajillion% they should show up. Why do they not? They should show up 1 turbo bajillion%. Somehow this query is busted. Uh-huh. Why? How am I messing up this query? I mean, that is indeed it. That's definitely what should happen. Why is that query returning nothing here? I wish there was a like a debug thing to see if we're passing garbage in, but I guess we can test this from the outside regardless. One. That's also what I was using. Did I break this type of query? It's rows. There's no way I've broken rows query. We have so many of those. There's just no way. Are we using garbage database, garbage query? Um, Somehow. It's not even a transaction thing because we're not inside of a transaction. And if we were, then stuff wouldn't even be saved. I'm flabbergasted. I'm going to try to break this query out of curiosity to see if we can get some feedback from Zig test. Is the question mark versus the numerated n? No, I think it should be fuck. There you go. You're right. That's the problem. It's the order. I'm an idiot. Thank you. Critical, you got it. I forgot about ordering briefly, and so that's what was happening. Weird. Mystery solved. Oh, and now we crash. Reach unreachable code. Oh, you know what? Let me refresh the cache. Yeah. Let's start from a reset cache because I don't know what's happening otherwise. Oh, yeah, we did. It worked. So it worked. We asked history a bunch of times and then we got rate limited because it was all was happening way too fast. So how do we scroll to the fucking bottom though? why can David do it and why can I not do it? David knows how to scroll this fucking thing to the bottom, and I don't. God damn it. So stick to bottom is first frame or scroll info being 0. Yes. Scroll lock visible false. Hmm. Okay, my next question really is just how do I scroll this thing to the bottom? Damn. So here's one way in which David can do it, maybe. So let's see what we do different between him and me. He has a mean size content. Maybe this helps. Let's give it mean size content. Let's see if this helps. Maybe this helps. Style.content, although that's not interesting. Data out is not interesting because we only use it for show loading top. Remove top DVI refresh. Okay. Line 47 DVI scroll arena. Well, I mean, if you mean this part here, scroll area. No, scroll area is the definition. So this is the definition of the scroll area. The actual scrolling happens down here, but I have an equivalent of this. Oh, you know what? This is more of a new message or stick to bottom. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, stick to bottom is this. So maybe we do this no matter what. Okay. Maybe I found my logic, the error in my ways. There we go. And we didn't get rate limited right away. Now I can scroll up though. Now I'm a little bit too enthusiastic. God damn it. Yeah, god damn it. We're a little bit too enthusiastic scrolling to the bottom. Okay, let's see what does he do different. Oh, okay. Maybe we can do it also non-synthetic. So we can say if Oh, I need to reset. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now scrolling up has worked, but it caused us to spam too much. Okay, let's make it let's put more realistic numbers in here. So we don't load 3 messages at a time. Let's load 32 messages at a time. Might be too much. Let me think. You know what? Let's do 16 messages at a time for now. And in channel, let's restore the window size to AU6. Okay, let's see how it goes now. Why is it still doing 3 at a time? Why is this still doing 3 at a time? What's happening? It only saves 3. Why did it only save 3 messages? What? It only saved 3 messages and then it only recovered 3 messages. What's going on? Uh hmm. There we go. Oh wait. Oh, interesting. We have select chat history here, and we have select chat history also. I implemented this query twice, and I didn't notice. Okay. Okay. So how many do we send down the wire every single time? Let's send 64 or whatever is the window size. Okay, it kind of worked because we got a lot of messages. We loaded 16 of them. Then we tried to load another 16 of them. And then we got here, and basically we didn't realize that we were at the end, and we kept spamming requests. So I need to implement noticing that we're at the end. Hmm. I would say that's easy to do. So what we do is, hmm, in core chat history, hmm, we cannot learn this here. No, well, we can. God damn it. Hmm. So this worked. So this now works. The problem is uh we're not scrolling right. when we are loading messages, we're saying scroll lock visible true. But that's not what it's doing. What if we don't do this? Mm, no, this is not helping. This is not helping either way. So I'm fairly certain that David can do this right. He has logic in here. If scroll to message, but where do we have scroll to message? No, I don't. That's not the feature. That's not a feature that we're using now. We're gonna need it maybe for replies, but for now, no. Oh no, I broke it. Yeah, this the scrolling is not happening as it should. I think it's because I'm not doing this in two phases. But you know what? It's fine. This kind of work, I'll take it. This kind of works, and I'll take it. I guess what we could do is um, scroll to the oldest ID. If we're not sticking to the bottom and it's not the first frame, we scroll to the oldest ID. Oh, also, you know what? Wait a second. Wait a second. I think it's the ID stuff that I'm also fucking up because he's using stable IDs somewhere. I think. No, he's 100% doing that, and we are not. Huh. I guess that's fine. There we go. It's working. Probably very far from perfect, but it's working. Hey, Calder. We have the scroll view. We can look at message history. We can scroll back. We can load it from the server, then from the database, and we can go up and down and have lots of fun. Lots of fun. But if we try to do it on a non-clean database, blah, something goes horribly out of whack. So we need to fix what's happening with loading data from the database somehow. And we need and it seems that we're not we're doing bad stuff somehow. Anyway, you guys looking good? Yeah, indeed. So, how is it that we are messing this up if we have this data in the database? Like, what is the database? How is the database changing what happens here? That really surprises me. Also, let's see what's in the database. We do have all messages. No, we don't. We have. Wait. No, we do have all of them. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm. I don't know. I'm a bit confused. Why does it not want to do the other thing? Okay. Let me fill my cup with tea, and then we're gonna try to understand what's going out of whack. In this case, we're back. Okay. Um. So, why is having this data in the database a problem? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out. What is happening? I think actually that by running this thing and looking at the stack trace, I think we can learn something because clearly this is fine. Like the initial load is fine, but then something is not exactly the way it should be once we perform the first load, which is around here. We do boop, well, boop. We do a load, and I would say so far, so good. We start with lowest ID 42. We load a few messages, loaded 16 history messages from DB. Yes. All this UID 42. Yes. We keep going down. So this is all fine. And it works again. Hey, Dil Murroy. Holy shit. Thank you for the raid. Uh, hello, raiders. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. So, this is a stream where I'm implementing an open source Discord alternative, and I'm trying to learn how to do chat history. And man, is this stuff complicated. Like this damn infinite scroll thingy is way more complicated than it seems at first sight, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I don't know, it's ups and downs. It's kind of working, but also I don't know. So so you're if you stick around, you're gonna see me uh, try to make this work. I hope that you had a good stream, and yeah, welcome to. So this is not web dev, but it's the it's Kazi. It's UI work, just not web. So it's not divs, but it's close to. So why are we messing up stuff? Actually, wait, this is worse. This is working. This was not working before, and now it's working. Uh, which is worse in a way. Wait a second. I'm gonna try again. Okay, let's try again. Is it because I was going slow? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So is it because I was going slow? Boop, boop, boop. Okay, okay. So that means that the problem is a timing problem. So that means that if I go bram, no, now it works. Why? Okay, let's try the experiment from start. Remove the local cache, build everything from scratch, go up. This works. Okay. Reload, keeping the cache. Yeah. And now this poops itself. It means that the database in this state is different than the database after the subsequent restart. So I now, if I restart, I know what it is, I think. I think I know what it is. Now it's going to work fine. Watch it. Yeah, now it's going to work fine. Okay. I think I know what it is. So while testing this earlier, I noticed that we are not saving in the database some messages that I thought we were saving. And I think that that's what's causing the weirdness. Exactly how it's causing this weirdness, I don't know. But check this out. Check this out. I'm going to, so messages start at 99. 99 is not its ID. 99 is just a sequence number that doesn't, it's not a one-to-one mapping with its ID, but there's like an offset. There's a fixed offset. So, for example, this one, message 99, you can see in the logs. I'm dragging the window to use as a cursor. Message 99 has ID 105. And there's just an initial offset. Okay, so if we go backwards and load everything and then we close, now watch what's in the database. There's messages from 0 to 35. We are missing the most recent messages. And that is the problem. The most recent messages need to be in this database and they're not. So let's go fix that. And I think that's what's causing trouble, because then what happens is that I run it again. Sorry, and I cannot. I have exclusive access to the database. So if I'm inside the CLI, it's not going to load. So this time, this is the case where everything is weird as I go back. So this is going to be bugged. But a side effect of running this is that now we have all messages, which is the state that I expected us to be in. So after we enter that state, then everything works as expected, and we don't have the weird behavior anymore. So the weird behavior is caused by the fact that we were we're not saving to disk what I expected we would be saving to disk. Also, another problem here is um, look, we have a ring buffer, so we went up, and going up made us load all data, but we're missing the counterpart of this, where we load new data as we scroll down. So that needs to be implemented, um, because you can see that now we are going up to 63 because our buffer size is 64 messages, our ring buffer, and we're not doing the thing where we start evicting old messages, old as in all the way up, and start pulling in new messages. So we need to implement that. Okay, so number one, why are we not saving to database messages that we get from host sync? Let's go figure it out. So in host, actually, function sync. So we're upserting channels. We're doing channel sync, so that's going to be chat, right? Function sync. And we technically are. How? Wait, is that a query that is that a transaction that doesn't get committed kind of situation? There is a transaction, but we do commit it. Okay, so just to double check. So if I'm getting this right, this means that if I reset the cache and I run the client, open the channel, do nothing, no history stuff, look into SQLite, select start from messages, empty. That's sus. Because we did receive these messages. Why do they not show up in the database? So I don't know, let's add some logging. Is somehow upsert message fading? Okay, I expect to see that those log lines be printed a lot, 64 times. So we have deserialized a bunch of messages. We did not print that log line, not even once. Well, there you go. So our host sync definitely gave us 64 messages for channel ID 1. So we receive the messages. We see them being deserialized from the protocol, from the wire protocol. We see also in this log line where it's like, this is kind of like a recap of what the host synchronization message is giving us. But we do not see the upsert query run, which is kind of bonkers. Hmm. It might not be bonkers. It might be actually a very silly mistake on my part. No, here it seems fine. Channel.sync. Ampersand new channel. Yes. This goes here. What what the fuck was I doing? Oh my god. uh, I'm sorry, let's start again from host. Why am I doing this on CH? How good are debuggers with Zig? They're good because Zig produces standard debug information. So it's normal interoperability. Lower level programming languages, well, vaguely speaking, the people that make compilers and the people that make operating systems, they tend to agree on what information is needed to obtain information about an executable, a running process. So these things are standardized in lower level programming languages. In like if you're doing Python or something that runs in a virtual machine, then that will need to have dedicated tooling. But when your program, when your language compiles to a native executable, it's not guaranteed because you have to do the work, but you can output Dwarf on Linux and Mac, or I forget the name of the equivalent on Windows. PE, portable executable, is the executable format on Windows, but I forget the name of their debugging info. In any case, you just output these file formats and all the debuggers can understand them. Then you can have minor differences in quality of life. If, for example, your language support is known to the debugger directly because it can give you, for example, PDB. Thank you. Yeah, PDB. You can have, for example, that the debugger can accept expressions. Like the debugger can evaluate expressions, and if it knows your language, it can give you an expression syntax that resembles your language. So, for example, if you use Zig with a debugger that doesn't know Zig, and you want to read a struct field and you have a struct pointer, then the debugger wants you to do, let's say the foo is your pointer to a struct. It wants you to do foo arrow field. while in Zig you would do foo dot field, but the arrow thing it's a C-ism. A debugger that understands Zig would understand that you want to do dot, not arrow, but those are minor differences. And so right now the experience is not perfect because, as I said, there's some debuggers don't know about Zig, but Zig has a dedicated code in Dwarf since it was released in Dwarf version 5. So debuggers are going to start having more intimate knowledge of Zig going forward. So it's fine. Okay, how do I do this stuff? Oh, right. This is old, and then you pass down new. Right. So we kind of want to do this. Just pass down all of new. This guy receives. Okay, let's undo. So we pass down all of new. This guy receives all of new. Okay, then we go into voice. Then we go into chat. Chat has a new channel, and then yeah. Okay, so this is better. Incompatible types. Okay, I still don't know though why I'm not seeing this information. Let's take a look also in protocol host sync. I want to see host sync. Users, channels, channel sync, items. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, but wait a second. Wait a second. No, 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 no. That's because we have a cache. What about no cache? It doesn't. Okay. So I think I understand what's happening. What the next puzzle piece is. We're passing garbage information around. That is what's happening. There's something that is garbo. Some stuff is garbo the first time around. How? I don't know, but some stuff is garbo indeed. Some stuff is garbo indeed. So, for example, in chat, also, you know what I'm thinking here? It's also weird because this is supposed to be the new channel, so this should always be okay. Like even if chat is, oh no, but you know what? I think the problem is that this guy is busted. Like I bet you that we don't even get inside of here. Bet you we don't even get in here. I bet you that the problem is not that we just don't get into the lower loop. We just do not get even into this function. Watch that line not being printed. Yeah, so we have all the initial deserialization. We connect. We receive a message from the server that contains a bunch of well, let's say a packet so that we don't overload this term too much. We receive a packet from the server that contains all these messages. We do some upserts for users, but then we don't even reach down there. Stuff goes out of whack earlier. So it either goes out of whack in host sync. Yeah. You know what it is? No, wait a second. Oh, I'm a complete idiot. I'm a complete idiot. Things are not going out of whack. We're just entering this other else branch. We're entering the branch where we are not calling channel sync because the channel doesn't exist. And so we're just setting it. Oh god damn it. So dumb. So dumb. We should not be doing this. This is a bad artifact of bad design choices that are made in the past. So we need to change this. We need a GOP structure, basically. We need a get or put. Can we GOP? I don't think we can GOP. We can get, we can set. We can create. I guess we can create. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this garbage. Why am I doing this when I can do put no clubber? Oh, because put no clubber doesn't return anything. Oh, never mind. Maybe I wasn't being dumb. So we can do create. That is also inefficient, but it's fine. So channel GPA create. Why do we create it of kind chat? Why do we hard code this? Oh man, other bad choices everywhere. Hmm. Horrible, but correct, I think. So now we're gonna see all the silly log lines that I added. And we're hitting a panic to do. Wait, there's an if true to do? Seriously? An if true to do? Oh. Oh, that explains. I didn't notice that create had this. So so that means the create is not used anywhere, which is probably not a bad idea. Mm, oh, I get it. Okay, so that means that yeah, we don't need to use this. Okay, so I see what we can do. Oh, and this used it. Okay. Let's turn this off. Okay, now we're happy. So the way we make it work is oh, you know what? Okay, this is dumb, but it's actually something that we can do. We can set which is what we were doing before. And then we can sync. Again, dumb, but should work. Okay, we're building. So remove a Awebo cache. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Chat sync saving database message number 42. Oh yeah, and what? So these are some assets that are actually good, but they are catching the stupidity of what I'm doing right now. This is actually good. So let's disable those temporarily. So let's go into chat. Let's go in chat. Let's remove this thing. Let's go in push new. Let's temporarily disable these asserts. Actually, this one I'm gonna keep the other one because that one I think is good. Foreign key constraint failed. Wait a minute. What? Foreign key constraint failed. Oh, I know why. Man, trying to do the shitty thing is causing a lot of headaches. There you go. Oh my god. um yeah, well, how is this happening this way? That should copy. Wait, did I always mess this up? Wait a second. I'm gonna undo a bunch of changes. Why was this working originally? If channels set if channel set doesn't duplicate the channel name, I guess we were somehow lucky all along. Something like that. Man, this cracks me up. But it shouldn't be necessary though, shouldn't it? Why are we freeing? That would be in core. If we're freeing, it's in here. Oh, we are. Oh, yeah. We're not freeing this reply. We are leaking this memory. So why is this not okay? Hmm. You know what? It has to be a side effect of trying to synchronize the thing on itself. It's not this string that gets freed or something. It's something else that comes from this. Oh my god, this is such an annoyance. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna undo everything, and we are going to just add database queries in here temporarily. I'm gonna fix this. I want to fix this. It's just that not right now because I want to focus on getting the scroll stuff right, and then I'm going to refactor all this stuff and make it correct. So if new switch new ch dot kind, if it's chat, so if it's chat, what we want to do is I'm gonna copy this code from chat itself. Hmm. Hey, Scott. Hello. Oh, oh, that is actually, that does make sense. Okay. I think with this, we should be fine. Jesus. Okay, everything is showing up. What a miracle. And we can scroll back all the way to message 0. Then we can close this, can reopen it, and we can scroll back to message 0. Ta-da! Okay. We got the basics working. Next. Next is we need to be able to return to the present. So we know how to go to the past. We now need to return to the present. How do you return to the present? By the way, this is like we're like actually following the Return to the Future trilogy. So first we need to learn how to go to the past. Then we need to learn how to return to the present. And then we're going to need to learn how to go to the future. Which means basically, actually, maybe that last one is already implemented, but we need to test it. So I'm talking about testing what happens when a new message is sent. Because right now I'm only opening one client and I'm not opening a second client to send messages and see what happens. I mean, technically, we could do this ourselves. As you can see, it doesn't go too well. Attempt to use null value. Oh, it's actually my assert. That is probably a little bit too aggressive. 258. Let's go fix it. There we go. That's the correct way of doing this assertion. So let's rerun. Let's try sending out a couple messages and see what happens. There's this jump that I think the jump is not warranted. Oh, no jumpy, please. The I think I know why. I suspect I know why we're jumping. So here's my bet. My bet is that if I now open a second window and I send a message from there, I bet you that it's not going to jump. Okay, I bet you that this window here, when we send our own message, we jump. Oh shit, no, never mind. We jump no matter what. Help, David. Okay, so this is a thing that I need David to take a look at. I don't know why we're doing the jump. Does he do the jump in his stuff? I need to fiddle with Z to see that, so I'm gonna do that later. Okay. Well, so at least this works. But what if I'm scrolled up and I send this? Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Ouch. I think I know what the problem is. This is me being naughty. This is me not doing something that David does probably more correctly. Um, so I'm going to set it to forcefully setting it to true always. Let's see what happens. It's not locked. Oh, come on. It's not locked. Oh, wait a second. Oh, they're both admin. Okay, so end user. Okay, so the lock stuff prevents us from scrolling down. Ah. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna leave it as is for now. Okay, we need the part where we scroll towards the present as we scroll down. So he has this where he says, "Are we close enough to the top to load new messages?" And that is fine. Where's the equivalent to the bottom though? Oh, he doesn't do that. So we're gonna need something similar. Something like want present. Okay, let's see if we know how to calculate this. Because I don't even know if we know how to do that. Okay. So that's kind of it. Minus 100, minus 150 even, maybe. So 150, that's when we want more present. Okay, so when do we do this request? Uh, so we basically want to mirror this. If we're not waiting for newer messages and want newer messages and not loaded all new messages, I'm thinking they should be renamed to old messages. And then guess what? Oh, hmm. So if waiting for new message, not waiting for new messages, want more present, and have not loaded all new messages, Then we do the query. Then we do this, but the query is different because now we want messages greater than. Okay. So how does it work? We want something kind of like this, but opposite. So select from channel where UID greater than to descending. Yeah. Descending. Limit 3. No, it's a question mark. Okay. Um, well, I guess we'll see. The chat panel. So we try to select, we push. Then we look at count, although for now we don't have a way of asking. We kind of would like to have like a switch above, below. But we cannot parameterize this in the query, unfortunately. Okay, this part I think this part we comment out. Scroll lock visible. Yes, we wanna do this. True. Yes. I think we wanted to say that if count equals 0, then for now we do c.client.loaded all new messages equals true. So for now we just hard code this. I think we should be good. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how good we're gonna be at scrolling. So far, so good. Fetching present from server. Okay, we thought we had to. That's fine. So now we're scrolling back. Perfect. Now we need to scroll up to the present. We're 64. We're gonna trigger this soon or not. Fuck. Why are we not triggering this? Oh, you know why? I know why. So here's what we need to do. I forgot that is kind of important. So when we are in chat panel, um, these guys need to quote unquote sabotage one another. So if we loaded anything, then c.client dot loaded all old messages has to be false. And vice versa, if we load anything old, then loaded all new messages needs to be false. Because if you go back, you unload newer messages and vice versa. So we go back, we go back, we go back, we go back, we go back. Okay, what are we doing wrong? Oh, even this one, we fail? We're failing push old. Oh God. Yes, thank God that we're failing this. We are not pushing old, we're pushing new. Oh, whoo. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful assert. Could be an item. Yeah, that sounds interesting, doesn't it? That sounds about right. Okay, let's see. Oh, there we go. 61, 62, 63. Oh no, look. We're loading them. Oh. So now we're going insane at the end. We shouldn't. But also we're loading them out of order. So you see that we got to 63, but then we got these are the newest messages. This is bad. I think the query needs to be maybe ascending. You think it was correct? I don't think it was. Look at it now. There we go. We have it right. This is approximatively correct. This is not so what we have right now is far from correct, but it's starting to approximate correctness. So let me scroll now back. Let's see if it works again. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh no. It doesn't work. Why does it not work? No. We're leaking a little bit of memory. Yeah, sorry. Why doesn't this work? What are we doing wrong? We're obviously doing something wrong. Oh, you know what I think it's happening? I think did I forget to evict stuff um from the index somehow in here? Oh yeah, I forgot to evict. There we go. Okay, okay. This is easy to solve. I forgot the equivalent of this in push new. Before we de-init it, we before the de-init, we remove it from the hash map, which is kind of important to do. Okay, maybe this is now going to work correctly. I think that sending our own message should move us to the bottom. So even if we're scrolled up and we send our own message, we should go back to the bottom. Mm. So here's the important stuff that is currently missing in this implementation. This is like critical stuff that you don't see here when I'm doing these synthetic tests, but that you would instantly feel in a real world scenario. Basically, what happens is we load a bit of old history. Well, at a given point in time, like right now, we have chat history up to this point. Then we disconnect. Some time passes, and then we reconnect. In the meantime, a lot of new messages have been added. So with this current implementation, we would see the newest of the new messages, the last 64 new messages. Then as we scroll up, we go through these 64 messages. And then there's a hole. There's a hole between the rest of the history that we have in the database and where our most recent 64 messages end. So there's a big hole in it. And the problem is that we currently don't know about that. We currently don't realize that we have a hole. And that is a problem. That is a problem. That is indeed a problem. We don't realize that. And we need to track this, because without the ability to track this, what we'll do is, well, given the current implementation, we'll basically just scroll back, um, not noticing that there's a big chunk of history in the middle that is missing that we need to ask the database, well, the server for. So we need a way of tracking this knowledge, and currently we don't have a way. Um, this is the downside of having a universal counter instead of having a bunch of dedicated counters, because if we had a bunch of dedicated counters, we could say that, any numeric discontinuity is a whole. So you could say that that messages really do have sequential numbers that increase by one every new message, but this is not currently the case with given how our concept of a universal ID works. So, it trade-offs. We get some mileage out of the concept of a UID, but like everything, it has also its own cost. So we need to understand what that is. We need to understand what that is. I would argue also on top of that we might have other reasons in the client itself to want and remove from disk, from the database, stuff that we synchronize. Like we might want to even purposely have other holes in our history. Not at completely arbitrary points, but we might want to have we might have a reason to want to have more discontinuities than this even. So I don't know. I don't know how we should be doing this. So basically, okay, one of these problems can be solved by having this part of it can be solved by having the server tell us that when we reconnect and we do a host sync, the server should tell us whether what it's giving us is a continuation of what we already had, or whether the server is going to jump ahead, give us the newest 64 messages. But in reality, there's more than just 64. So that way, the server would tell us that there's a hole between the last ID that you saw before reconnecting and the oldest ID that the server is now giving you. And so acknowledging that there's discontinuity would help us know that then when we hit that point, we need to ask the server instead of loading from the database. That being said, we also need to find a way of representing this stuff into the database, because we need the database, like we need a query to basically say fetch backwards in history, but stop if there is a discontinuity. Don't go past the discontinuity because that needs to be fetched. Like, what? Pesky problem. It's a real pesky problem. It kind of makes you want to have a special type of message that it's like a sentinel. It's not a real message. It's a message that represents like a hole. And so as you scroll back, you load messages, you add them one by one, but then when you encounter the quote unquote whole message, that's when you stop. Because even if you fetched more from the database, all the rest cannot be shown right away, because first we need to fetch from the network. Yeah. Message place, like whole placeholders, it's like messages that represents holes. That has to be the way we do it in the database. Huh. That is interesting indeed. Interesting indeed. Okay, so give me a second. I'm gonna fill my cup. And then I don't think I'm gonna try to solve this problem that I just explained right now, because this problem is complicated. It also relates to refactoring the mess that I was doing earlier. So it's not something that makes sense to tackle right now. Honestly, I don't know. Like, we're doing pretty good. This is almost usable. Almost usable. Almost usable. Mm-mm-mm. Like, why dislike Discord? What makes you not like Discord? Because, some things will be very similar. So you're basically going to end up using for a while a crappier Discord in a sense. Personally, you know what I'm excited about? Um, I I can I can feel very strongly, like I can definitely perceive the missed opportunities because we are not all on the same platforms. Again, we're never going to be all everybody in one platform in one server. Like even in the case, it's an imaginary case. It's not going to happen. I'm not even hoping for that. But even in the case where everybody in the Z community is going in the Z universe is switching to Awebo, they are not going to be all in the same server. But a lot of us don't mind. Some of us don't mind staying together, but we split off because some people just could not stand Discord. And that I feel. I actually occasionally have discussions where, I see the same link that is being sent in two different places. And obviously both the people that are discussing this thing would want to discuss together, but they are not doing it because they are not on the same platforms. It happens on a weekly basis. So that's the part that I'm excited the most about. And to be fair, also the development experience. It's cool to actually implement this stuff for real and pull it off. Bottom up. Yeah. Okay. Let me go get the tea. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. I guess it depends on how different servers community styles shake out. It might be my turn out. It's just that the chat style that I just don't like. I see. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, really, this so far so good. I want to give an Awebo Z community a try. Yeah. Well, it certainly will. It will require a particular kind of person. Um, not everybody will be. I'm gonna say. Yeah, the Awebo crowd will definitely be different than the Discord crowd for a while. At least as long as Awebo is, horribly work in progress, that kind of stuff. So yeah. Okay. This is delightful. I like no notes. No notes. Delightful, no notes. And on a window, we can have what is this? Up to. I'm having up to 26 messages per screen with a buffer of 64. It's not too bad. It means that you have like about 20 messages above, 20 messages below. You can make do. I think we can push this. Again, it's not the prettiest, but so first up, a chat history scrolling. Um, introduce. So, you can now scroll back and forth between old and new messages. We use a 64 message ring buffer per channel, and we scroll up and down. Oh, per channel, period. This implementation is barely POC quality. Introduces hacks. Misuses the BUI APIs. Doesn't take into account post sync when post sync skips older messages. But for simple cases, it works. I wanted to ask, have you considered using matrix specification before starting this project? I mean, I think we can implement something similar to this using matrix. No, I have not considered using the matrix specification before starting this project. I have not considered any existing specification because I'm not interested in following any specification and doing interoperability with other things. Matrix in particular, I've always had a bad experience with it, but that is not necessarily the spec's fault. It's mostly probably the implementation, the way it's implemented. I don't know, but in general, Matrix is about end-to-end encryption, right? This project is not a lot about end-to-end encryption. So the idea is you self-host on a Awebo server, then the messaging that happens in the Awebo server is not encrypted. These are, just chat messages in group chats. So there is kind of no point in doing end-to-end encryption there. We do plan. I don't know for sure if we will be able to pull it off, but we are interested in implementing end-to-end encryption for voice calls and similarly screen share. So the idea is that you enter in a voice channel. And actually, let me take a step back. So the problem, this is a thing that also Discord implements. So the problem is that is as follows. You join a voice channel from your client. Let's say that it's your Discord client. Without any form of end-to-end encryption, you don't know if the Discord server is actually snooping on a conversation. Maybe the server is recording the conversation. Maybe the server has a special way of allowing a Discord admin to join a voice call without showing up as a user in the voice call. So, either automated recording or allowing somebody to snoop in. Essentially, it's the same thing at the end of the day if you think about it. But you don't know if Discord is doing that or not without end-to-end encryption. Awebo has a similar problem. Although it has a different context around it, because with Discord, it's more like it's a big institution. They might be snooping on you. I don't know, probably because, it could be, I guess, a malicious employee, or it could be that they've been asked by, I don't know, American authorities to do that. In the case of Awebo, with tiny self-hosted servers, it's different. It's not really probably much, I don't know, the CIA trying to snoop on you, but, a server admin that is who runs the server could deploy a modified version of the server and introduce these capabilities, which are not going to be in the normal server, but they could add them. So if you enable end-to-end encryption in the client, as long as the client that you have has not been tampered with, as long as you have a good client, then the client will guarantee you that the only people that can hear what you're saying are the people that you see in your user list, like in the list of users connected to the same voice channel that you are in. It would be impossible at that point to have somebody join the voice call, hear what you're saying, without you having knowledge that they are in there. That's the idea. I'm interested in implementing this. In general, in Awebo, I put a lot of emphasis on protecting the user from a potentially malicious server owner. But I think that in all of this, Matrix doesn't really, it doesn't fit well. Like Matrix has different priorities, a different model. I think a lot of things, I think too many things are too different in Matrix. And in general, I don't know. I just don't like the project. I've used it a little bit. Horrible to deploy the server. Horrible to run clients. There was a conference where they were using Matrix as the chat server during the conference. Mind you, not a gigantic conference. I'm not talking about like Amazon reInvent. I'm talking about a relatively small conference with like 200 people in it. And the server was dying. The server was unable to process the chatter between 200 people. That's not okay. Like, that's like pathologically wrong. That is somebody who has failed at the one thing that we're supposed to do well. Well, I don't know, maybe it's not the one thing, but like they failed at something critical. You cannot have a chat application that dies that way. Like, come on. Like 200 is not a big number for computers. Computers can count way much higher up than that. So in general, I was not interested. You can make maybe an argument for other protocols to implement other protocols for interoperability. But given what this does, which is like create servers like tiny communities, I don't see a lot of motivation for interoperability. keeping in mind that interoperability always comes at a price. Let's say, for example, that we supported, I don't know, IRC-v3, then it means that, like the IRC protocol for messages, then it means that every time we want to express a concept, like, an attachment, some kind of decoration to the message, we have to express it through IRC-v3 semantics, which sucks. Or let's say that we do XMPP, then it's the same thing but XMPP. And so unless you have, unless you really get a good bang for your buck in terms of interoperability, like you have a big reason to do that, I really don't see, I don't see why. Because the price for aligning to those protocols is that you always need to take a hit in your ability to express succinctly, elegantly, efficiently, the data model, because you have to conform to those data models, which are, I don't know, crappy. Or rather, no, crappy maybe it's the wrong term. I don't mean to say that. I meant to say that they are necessarily not tailored to your use case. I think a significant part of the issue is that case that the Wi-Fi was crammed. Scott, maybe, but I believe I was not on the Wi-Fi. I believe that I was using the cellular data, and even on cellular data, it was a complete disaster. Mm-hmm. How would the server handle client voice streams and forwarding them back to the clients? Um, the way it works, roughly speaking, is that the client asks the server to join a voice channel. So, you click on the voice channel, your client sends a request to the server to check if you have permission to join that channel. If the server agrees, it tells you an address where to send a UDP packet with a password in it, a one-time password. So the client then creates a new UDP socket and sends from that socket a UDP packet to the server with that password in it. The server basically sees a new UDP packet coming from a given IP plus port. And that's like completely separate from the TCP connection. So basically, this packet comes from an address that the server doesn't know who the address belongs to. So, but the secret password that I was mentioning earlier can be used to then track that, that password is the password that I gave to this TCP client earlier for them to connect. So I now know that this UDP address, this UDP endpoint, is paired with this TCP connection and essentially with this user. So after this is done, now the act of sending the first UDP packet from the client has also a secondary effect of opening a path. Whenever routers are involved, routers are not going to allow random UDP packets to go through. But by having the client send the first packet, then now routers remember, these this host, this computer behind me has sent a UDP packet to this host. So now, if the other guy wants to reply, I will let those UDP packets through. And so after this happens, the server basically, the client starts sending over UDP. So as another UDP packet, as another sequence of UDP packets, voice data, which normally you compress using Opus. There's a library called Opus that does it, which is amazing, and does audio compression. So you take your audio samples, compress them with Opus, stuff them in a bunch of UDP packets, start sending those to the server. Whenever the server receives a UDP packet, it does fan out, and it fans it out to other clients. And that's the full story. Sorry, the only thing that I omitted is this UDP handshake process is also done by other clients that want to join the same voice channel, and then whenever there are multiple clients in the same voice channel, then they're the ones that get the fan out. How would end-to-end encryption work in this case? Is the communication encrypted? So currently, no. Right now, I don't have any form of security, but because I'm still working on it. So if you're interested, we have an issue for TLS for TCP, and we have an issue for how to do authentication, which also involves maybe here. So people were talking about this datagram transport layer security, so like a way of encrypting UDP. But this would not be end to end. So this is like encryption so that people on the network cannot sniff your communication. Then either on top or as an alternative, I'm not super clear on the details right now because I mean it's a thing that I plan to have, but you know, it's gonna be a while before we get there. But there's this thing from Discord. There's a paper for the Dave protocol, which is the end-to-end encryption that they do, and so they explain how it works. I have not read it yet. I know that it exists. I know what it does. But I don't know. I don't know the details. So this would be, if we do end-to-end encryption, this would be either what we do or what we base our solution on. With 3 people in the chat, you can't use other people's public keys because you would have to transmit the same audio with each public key to each client. Yes, or rather, I mean, it's definitely not going to be like this, because to be able to do this, it means that the server can see the plain text and then can encrypt it for different keys, and that defeats the purpose. So it's definitely not like this. The server in either case, the server needs to not be able to decrypt. That's the kind of the whole point. And so it needs to basically take whatever packet it receives and copy paste it to multiple clients. That's how it has to be. So what I think the way I think this works is that basically the clients, they need to have some way of some kind of handshake / negotiation where they ultimately all agree on one key, but I don't think it's going to be public private key. I think it's going to be, or I guess maybe it can also be done that way, but it doesn't have to. So they agree on one encryption key that they all share. And the goal is to find a way for those clients to communicate through the server and agree on that shared secret in a way that the server cannot snoop in. So once this is done, then all the clients that participate use the same key for encrypting and then decrypting the stuff. And so the server at that point will be able to keep doing the fan out the same way that it was doing before. Are you talking about the client doing that? Yeah, no, I think, man, I think that you get into like non-feasible territory very fast if you do that. Because at that point, you're essentially doing peer-to-peer traffic with one extra hop, right? Because it's essentially peer-to-peer traffic. It's just that everything that you're doing is hopping through the server. And I mean, I guess it's doable if you want, but it sucks. I would not want to implement it that way. Like if that's what you had to do, I don't think I would want it. Or maybe I would do it, but like with heavy restrictions, like no video, audio only, something like that. Even SSL doesn't use public keys after the initial payload. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. In any case, we'll see once we get there. So I was pushing this, right? But for simple cases, it works. What else do we want to say about this? I don't know. I think this is it. So git push. Oh, git pull rebase. The exchange happens with public key crypto, but after another channel is created with a shared key. Yeah, I I believe it's something like that. Is Zig available on ARM64 now? Yes. It has been available on ARM64 for a long time. I mean, Zig is pretty good at multi-platform, you know? Maybe you're referring to something different. Maybe you're referring to, for example, custom backends, incremental compilation. Like maybe you're referring to some feature of Zig that uh, in the past used to not support ARM64. Some of them still don't today. So that would be correct. But like Zig on ARM64, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So the native backend, I believe there has been progress, right, on the ARM64 native backend. Is there a good cross-platform desktop applications library? Thingy that is not a binding. Um, it is not a binding. If you mean that everything, like it doesn't depend on SDL or anything like that, there is something. I think. There is something, but why are you hating on SDL or Raylib or one of the usual suspects? Why are you hating on those? In the meantime, I'll try to find you a couple links. So I think the Mac engine has something, although I'm not sure if it has entire ownership. So Mac engine, game engine, graphics tool, uh, toolkit. Um, I believe that if they don't have everything in house today, they 100% plan to have everything in house in the future. So holy shit, okay, there's a lot of stuff in there. Um, I like something that's native Zig. Okay, so Scott, maybe you know more than me. Am I saying something dumb when I say the Mac implements this itself, or do they also depend on SDL? I don't remember. Maybe they they have multiple backends and one is SDL and then another one is something done by themselves. There was definitely one though. Oh, you know who I think doesn't depend on SDL? I think it's Felix. Um, okay, give me a second. Let's see. It's not Zig Tools. It's Zig Libs. And where's Felix? So Felix has. Um, Felix has a bajillion repositories. So hey, you know what? I think we can do this. We can look at the dependencies of Ashet probably, or not. Oh, he had something. I just don't remember where he put it or the name, what the name was. So you know what? I think the answer is that generally speaking, people are wrapping SDL and Rayleigh Balot, etc. I don't exclude that somebody has something that I just forgot about, but there is nothing major that everybody's using and that you definitely should know about. Or if there is, I completely missed it. Chat channel participants could exchange the secret shared key with public keys to each other without exposing anything to the server, even if the server does the handling. Yes, they could. Probably that's how it's supposed to work. There we go. In any case, to give a different answer, to not answer the question that you asked, I'm using the VUI for graphics, and the VUI has a bunch of backends. So let's see, SDL3 GPU, um, SDL2, Raylib, DX11 web. So the X11, would the X11 count as not wrapping anything? That would count, right? Web. Yeah, the UI also works with WebAssembly. Like this demo application, you click on line demo, and this is all the UI. Like none of this is DOM. This is all a WebGL thing. Yeah. I wonder how people get that motivation. I have no clue. Well, if you want, here's what I can share. This is an interview that I've interviewed David, the creator of the VOI. I don't know. You can see what he has to say. He has a project. He's trying to get like to make I think a music player for a phone platform, and that was the motivation, or at least one motivation behind working on the VUI. And so I think that thing has requires some kind of weird backend to work, something like that. In any case, I don't know. That's the best I have. Okay, so we pushed everything. Honestly, I think I'm happy with where we are with Awebo. At this point, I'm wondering if I should just not deploy it on a server to play with it. It's not yet ready for being exposed on the internet to random people. Your guys are gonna break it, guaranteed, because it's trivially breakable at this moment. But so tomorrow I'm flying to Nuremberg for Zig Day Nuremberg. By the way, if some of the people who have joined are Europeans, and especially if you're living Germany, especially if you live near Nuremberg, I forgot the name of the region. What's the name of the region? So Bayern is down here, but I believe Nuremberg is not part of Bayern. Erlangen. Is that the region or is that another city? I know that's another city. Okay, in any case, especially if you're from the area, if you go to zig.day and then click Nuremberg and then click see more details, this Saturday there's going to be a Zig Day in Nuremberg right next to the train station. So like it cannot get easier than this. Oh yeah, there's also Valencia coming up. So it cannot get easier than this, and it's gonna be an awesome event. And I'm flying tomorrow there. So today, as I wrote here, I really wanted to get scrolling kind of working. Um, what day is it for you? No, wait. Tomorrow I'm flying. The problem is that this event starts in the morning. So today is Thursday for me. It's Thursday, 6 p.m. But tomorrow I'll fly to Germany, and I'm not flying to. I'm flying to another city, not to Nuremberg, because I'm gonna meet with a friend, and then we're gonna go together to Nuremberg. And the reason why I'm moving one day earlier is because the event, you have to be there early in the morning. So like I would have to take a super early flight to be there on time. Yeah. Living in Munich, but I'm really busy. You know that there's a bunch of people coming from Munich to this event. I don't know if David Sugar is also coming, but for example, David Sugar organizes Zigtoberfest in Munich, and um, him and a bunch of other people were carpooling the last time. I don't know if he's coming again. I hope that he does. But like, if you ever make friends with the other Zig people in Munich, chances are that you can carpool if you want, or you can all get on a Deutschbahn and I don't know, pray that you arrive safely. I will come in from Stuttgart. Also, it is so funny that the map doesn't want to show Stuttgart. You have to zoom in. Like, it shows Reutlingen and instead of showing Stuttgart. Oh man. In any case, I'll be coming from Stuttgart. So yeah, I think that during the event, I will make sure to have based I'll make sure to have everything to have a deployment ready, well, a server ready, so that we can play with Awebo at the Zig Day. And what else? And we're gonna drink Spezi. They have a fridge full of Spezi, and I always go to town. So, what should we do? I think I'm just going to log into Hetzner, spin up a turbo crappy server of this kind. So, what do you guys think is better? An Intel AMD server or a Ampere server? Are we going to hack the server? No, don't hack the server. You know what? Maybe I'm not going to do this online then. I shouldn't leak my IP address, the IP address of my crappy server that easily. I'm looking forward to exposing Borg to the open, but we need more input validation for test development. Yeah. For test development, for sure, the cheapest makes sense. But you know, these are all super cheap, so who cares if you leak it? Well, the problem is that it's gonna be very easy to, yeah, but it's going, just nuke the server when you're not online. That's fair. Yes, that is indeed fair. But then I'm not gonna set it up now. So I think this might be it for me. I would say there was a price that had to be paid in terms of code quality. I did put in a bunch of hacks, but man, does it feel satisfying to scroll up all the way to message 0 and then all the way to message present. That feels good. Write the deployment scripts now. I mean, the deployment script is going to be an SCP of a pre-built executable to the server. That's essentially it. It doesn't really have real setup. Well, Okay, you have to run the server, like the database creation command. That's kind of it. Okay, so how many messages can we display with this style? Okay, let me test one thing. Please don't rate limit me, server son. Fuck, we got rate limited. Actually, you know what? I should be counting up. That's better. So I have to do less work afterwards. Oh shit! I pressed a button I should not have pressed. 6, 7, 8. Let's see. Sound like it would be a great promo post for Zig. Yeah. Why not just wget the GitHub release from the server? Well, right now we don't have releases. And honestly, I would not have releases yet because releases kind of signal that there's something that is, somewhat useful, not completely broken as this application currently is. A git thing is literally that easy. Zig build deploy -p. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, let's see how many messages we can fit on a screen where it's the same author sending them. Maybe we should add a cutoff point. Like if you're sending too many messages in a row, like we queue up to 5 messages from you in a row, and then after that we replay, like we do the header again. I don't know. V001. I guess. By the way, I could have automated this. I don't know why I didn't want to do that. So we're just need to do this and then this. So without headers, there are a lot of messages that end up in just one screen. Guess what? If we get 64 messages on one screen, then we don't have space for our stuff. It means that we need to bump it up from 64 to something else. I do think though that one solution would be to one solution would be to just repeat headers, how like I was saying earlier. Doo-doo-doom. Okay, so that's basically 46 plus 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. 52 messages in one screen out of 64. That does not leave a lot of room. Talk about, oh no. Talk about problems. So this part is fine. The problem was when everything was big, huh? You know what's happening? When everything is big enough, we are both trying to fetch old stuff and new stuff at the same time. That is so funny. That is so funny. And that is also a problem. Like that's a serious problem, and it's entirely based on the fact that we have a ring buffer that is too small given the given the screen size. I think we need to have a I think we need to have a cutoff point. So let's do it like this. Um Chat panel when rendering messages. Let's count. Okay, let's see how this renders. Yeah, much better. And even if we oh no, we can oh no, it's still fucky even unfortunately even in this case it's still kind of fucky. Huh. Well, something to think about. I think the answer is that we want the server buffer to be bigger than. We could bump everything up to 128, for example. I think that would 100% solve it for all realistic use cases. Eh. Either that or we reduce those things. Um, like the thresholds. We like if the window is. How does it work? Hmm. I don't know. But it can be solved. Okay. So, everybody, thank you for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I don't know, follow the stream if you want to follow along with the web adventure. This is the repository. So, if at some point you get the hitch and you want to contribute, that's where you can find contributor ready issues. Make sure if you do want to join the development and you have not and like you wonder where to start, that's how it works. You go to the issues tab on the Awebo repository, you look for contributor ready issues, and then you start talking with me. So like the point is not that you take one of these things and in full isolation you do the work and then you PR something that maybe makes sense, maybe doesn't. You find something that you like and you say, oh, you know what? I want to take on this. Where should I start? Like just let me know at the very least, and then I'm happy to guide you. So for example, if you want to see what we did with the invite system, there was a lot of discussion between me and Imon Burns, who is 11 here in chat, to make sure that I provide necessary information and there's like meeting of the minds. But setting that aside, it's just a chill project. Anyway, let's see who we should be rating. So T2SD is live. But I would like to rate somebody else today. So okay, is anybody doing Zig? Oh, there's Ethernet cable. You know what? Let's go rate Ethernet cable. So thank you all for hanging out. See you next time.